Good day and good evening and welcome to Savage Stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, Reclears of 1 to 3 and then more Prog on M4S. For those wondering what our Prog point is, the last time I believe our record was 8.7% on the boss and we wiped to Sunrise Sabbath. At least once. I think it was like 3 or 4 times. So maybe tonight's the night, but we're not going to, as we say, sell the pelt before the bear is shot. Let's see it happen before we assume it's gonna happen, right? But that is the hope. That would be cool. With that said, hey Faith, hey Shaq, hey Tristan, hey Gireen, hey Aradel, hey Jake, hey Ceres, hey Mirai, hey Matthew, hey Tinkle, hey Ridleyan. I hope you're all doing very well. But yeah, we hope that it'll be great. Right, let me just unmute here on Discord. There we go. We're all here. Zip decided to hang out somewhere else. Yeah, we still have to do reclears, but assuming things don't go completely sideways, that takes like maybe an hour. Maybe. Something like that. Hey Neil, hope you're doing well. Wait a minute. Sip is not in the voice chat. Today's boss design day. How do you mean with that, really? And like you're designing bosses? Thank you, Gazel. Hope you're doing well. Alright. Looks like we're about ready now. Schlink.
I believe that would be enumeration, correct?
Which one?
What Ridley...
Oh, exactly
Ridley
2 players. Exactly 2 players. That, I think that is usually called enumeration, yes.
to be ripped to shreds.
Our challenger's first opponent, Black Cat. Can they hold their own against our feline ferocity?
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Look alive, folks, because this cat has 9.
Go forth, shadow of my heart.
Eat something, Egg? You see the title of the stream.
Try this.
Light parties?
Your mincemeat.
Remember light parties? Oh boy. I think we've discovered that it is survivable with 3, right?
Could be.
So if you realize that you're far too late, that could help.
Lord Brendel.
Here it comes. Black Cat's lithe and lethal maneuver. My ring! Please bear with us while we repair the ring.
Watch out, guys. Nice.
From my life 9, my soul I split.
Out is safe first.
Beautifully done.
That's east.
Your mincemeat.
That's west. I feel like we get this specific configuration quite often.
At least last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it feels like it's like, is it like the third or fourth time in a row? That one was west, right? Oop, I hope I'm right. That's quadruple.
That's bad.
Support
Press the
first.
wrong button.
Oh,
Yeah.
huh?
I really should put cover away from next to intervention. It's a really
What
bad
did
thing to
what
happen.
killed you?
I accidentally covered you instead of using intervention.
Oh, could you not right-click it off? Alt
No,
is
you
save
can't
first.
you
Alt
can't
is
right
save
click that
first.
off.
I see. That's unfortunate.
And I can't run away.
That's true.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark.
These claws rendle!
Remember, this is a good time for LB whenever it works.
What power! Looks like someone isn't holding back.
Ooh, watch out. Nails? 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 Last one will be stack marker. I'll just invuln this one, Ham.
Okay.
What?
It's all over.
It's usually the other level here what falls off.
That's pretty funny timing. Right, so loot time. It's a little hard for me to see how many, like who exactly needs each thing when there's multiple with this way we're doing it. And while I'm live, it does shorthand one name, I see. I think I can figure that out. From this boss, there is only Giraheen that needs the earrings and only Milo that needs the necklace. So if we just start with them, then there's 4 that needs the bracelet and 5 that needs the ring. So of course, if you get loot, pass so the rest can get, as we usually do, right? But other than that, let's start with earrings, then necklace, then bracelets, then ring. The order is in the loot room if you get confused. So we start with the earrings, there's one person that needs that. And the necklace, there's one person that needs that. I have not missed your question, Gustavo. I'll get to you. Just loot. We just take a few minutes to make sure that goes right. Then we have the bracelet. There is 4 people that need that. I don't know if that includes Milo or Giraheen, but you know, pass if you got something. And wins that. And then there's 5 on the ring, which is of course minus those that got something. I got a 92 on the ring. Well, with the books that I have, I'll just buy the remainder of things from this boss that I need.
Yep, same.
Yeah, I'll do that later. And hey everyone who came into the stream in the middle. So your question, Gustavo. Yes, I don't know if I can actually get it up in front of the camera, but I use a mouse with 12 like side buttons. I also have a video on the channel about keybinds. It's from it. I actually released it on Endwalker's release day. Where there is a picture, or there is a picture that shows exactly how I play. I use the buttons on my keyboard from 1 to 6, and then everything past this point, yes, you know, I can press 0 on my keyboard. That's a possibility. I can also press sprint on my keyboard, but I usually, this is the keyboard hand, I usually use the mouse. Bates says, I cannot use those MMO mice, my thumbs are too big. Are you sure? I can understand it, because I remember the Razer Naga is really small. Like, surprisingly small. This one, which is a Corsair Scimitar, is bigger. So maybe that one could work for you. But I do remember that Razer Nagas are really small, and that's of course the Razer version of this particular mouse. Corsair Scimitar. Hey Agent Monaco, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's how I do it, and then I of course have Shift and Alt for modifier keys.
Alright, I've moved my intervention and cover buttons a little further away from each other.
Yeah? Were
That
they
would be
next to
more
each other before?
The focus target macros were next to each other, and I'm pressing the focus target macros with my mouse.
Ooh.
Because Paladin hotbars and base.
Yes. Yes. Personally, I have like cover on like a relatively out of the way button for me.
Oh yeah, normal cover is also out of the way, but normal cover, if you just press it randomly, nothing happens because you need to target. But if you accidentally press the focus target macro...
Just imagine having a wire in 2024. Look, I just like having a wired mouse. I'll just forget to charge it if it's wireless. I also have a fancy, like the thing I had to move to actually get the mouse in front. Is I have this little like stand that holds the wire, so it is held nicely in place. It's actually like a USB hub, but it has never been used for that. It just has this feature that is way more useful. Hey Wolf Night Eyes, hope you're doing well. Maybe we'll get it tonight. But we're not in a hurry. Hey Minty, hope you're doing well.
The Honeybee Lovely Show has begun.
Let's put on a lovely show for the audience.
Pairs?
Submit to your lovely queen.
Remember, it's pairs.
Here comes her fearsome venom strike!
Spreads.
to savor the sweet sting of Honeybee's charms.
Donut first.
Oh, she's definitely feeling your love. Can the challenger resist the irresistible? I know I can't.
I'll make you mine.
I knew it. Oh, sorry. Watch out for the hearts. Circle first, watch out for the hearts. Nice one.
Is everyone having a good time? I'm having so much fun! Aren't you? B is for brilliant.
Here it comes.
What's this? Honeybee has changed her routine.
What's up, fellow melees?
Hello.
Hello, fellow ranged.
Oh. I actually wasn't sure about that last one. Sorry about that.
We're just getting started.
It'll be pass. Check your heart count.
Who's my obedient little bee?
Whoops. Nice one. It's pass. Figure out your markers. Remember where you belong. Nice.
Your support means the world to me, everyone. No hard feelings if I kill you.
It'll be pass.
Careful now. This is very, very deadly.
Counterclockwise. Very good.
Ooh, this may sting a little.
What a clash! Neither side is willing to yield.
pairs. Nice. Whenever it works out to make sense, we could do an LB here.
We're just getting started.
DPS have the short fuse. It'll be pairs. Circle first. DPS have the short fuse. Donut first. Supports have the fuse.
Naomi needs help. They're gonna get
Pairs. It'll be pairs. I see it. Oh boy.
Your support means the world to me, everyone.
Ah, whoops, you already used reprisal, I'm sorry.
B is for break you to a bloody pulp.
Slowly make your way to clock spots. I don't have anything.
Spotlight from me.
I hope we have enough. First pair is Milo and Naomi. Go. Milo and Naomi. Milo and Naomi. The next pair is the tanks.
Enough is enough. Trip off my stage.
Ugh. The next set is Sip and Aradel. Nice. Hey, Pass. We've called it Kobe strat because we learned it from someone named Kobe, but some call it box strat. The way it works is that you have the DPS like all the way, like the melee DPS all the way up in the north, the tanks somewhat in the middle, then you have like the healers in, I think it's like around over there, and then the ranged DPS somewhere over there, like slightly off from the point where the B would be, so that it like
Over
angles
where
it weird.
exactly?
And well, what happened to us there, as you saw, is that once you have to start to dodge, you just kind of have to. The aim is that whenever the spot you're supposed to stand at is safe, you go back to it. But that's usually not how it works out. Hey Yannick, hope you're doing well.
The markers are now at about the position where the 4 groups are at the beginning.
Yeah. No, you didn't miss Mario Kart, Yannick, because we don't do Mario Kart. What's
So
the tell on
that's
the
3
spreads?
times?
Yeah, I think so. Really, and the tell on the spread stack is that if she when she does the cast, you see that I call it after or during a cast. If it says drop in the cast name, then it means pairs. If it says splash somewhere in the name, it means spread.
During the beats, she doesn't use splash, but instead she says spread.
Yeah. There, it kind of... For some reason, she decided to be more clear on that there.
And also she does the same mechanic also on normal. You also only get the indicator later for that one, but the stack for that one is not pairs, but instead one big stack. But she also uses the same indicator early.
Let's see. For the next, for the loot this time, we should probably start with the glaze. Although, yeah, we should start with the glaze.
Oh wait, I didn't look at that, right?
What?
I just noticed I completely missed the glaze.
Ah. Yeah, I was a bit confused how glaze was not the one that had the most checks on. So for those curious in the chat, we found a new way to split the loot when we don't need it for our main jobs. We just have like a list of each item, and then you just have a react to the item if you want it. Right, so we will go glaze. Well, actually, I see there's only 3 people that need the gloves, so we should probably go glaze, gloves, hat, and boots, so that we're certain that we don't suddenly are out of glove people. Right? So, glaze, gloves, hat, and boots. Oh. A 4. Really insisted to cast. Name the tell for the donut circle dance. Yes, but that's like it's that, and also if it is donut first, then she will do the cone AoEs in the cardinal directions, whereas if it's circle first, she'll do the cone AoEs in the intercardinals. So you have like 2 ways to tell.
What was the order? My brain just didn't process
Glaze,
it.
gloves, hat, boots. You start with glaze. How about YOLO? Pheromones 1. We tried that. We tried. Anyone that has not done anything with the glaze? Jack got it. Right. Next we do the gloves. And now we got that. Next we do the hat. And got that. And then we do the boots. You got that. And, I mean, if you want a universal tombstone, you can need or greet as you want. I'll greet on it so that it doesn't go to waste if everyone says no thanks, but, Milo rolled a 1!
Perfect.
Yeah,
It was
perfect!
great, I didn't need it anyway. I was like, well, yeah, if no one is gonna take it, I'd take it, I guess. But
Yeah, the same for me. It's
it.
just like, I mean, if no one wants it, it would, you know, it would be a shame to waste it, right? Just throw it out the window. No, we don't want that.
yeah, save it for when the tombstones get changed around, so I can use it with the uncapped ones and then turn it in for company seals. Because by the time
Is
I have
that
enough...
optimal for company seals?
No. It's just by the time I have enough, like, pink domes for another weapon, that's
Right.
not the job I actually play. Like, I have a lot of gear before I get to that point.
There's also the part that if everyone here has been doing the weekly reclears of normal version, you probably have like above 8 of the holo blades. And if you've just held those, on Tuesday you can buy Universal Tombstone for 4 instead of 7. So, like, you know, it's not very expensive. Matthew says, people saying no thanks is how I got 4 solvents. I could imagine that the solvent stonks are going to drop real hard once we start to beat M4S. Actually, it'll probably drop real hard today. Because we're going to need weekly tombstones to actually spend those. Hey, Cyanide?
Yeah.
Hope you're doing well. Seven hollow blades for a single tombstone is ridiculous. I get it, because it makes it so that while the content is like super new, it falls primarily if not almost exclusively, to Savage Raiders to have that. So that you don't just get that upgrade from weekly reclears of normal. Like, I get that. It is a little weird, but I get it. It also means that if you don't need it, you have the opportunities, you know, hold it for later. And once you know that this is a tradition, you can plan around it. Like, in the entirety of Endwalker, I held my blades for each raid tier so that I could buy the fancy schmancy tombstones in case I wanted to. I usually never ended up doing it very much. Simply because there's so much gear to collect. Blade tier. Zip said be right back. The Tinkle says, my static used a sort of halfway Mario Kart strat that boils down to use your eyes. But...
That sounds like YOLO.
Yeah, it sounds like a little bit like our Crash team racing strat. Which is, the way that worked was that we just kept Honeybee Lovely in the middle, and then like we stacked on the A marker or something like that, and then we stayed for like until the 4th line was revealed, and then we just like we would move over 90 degrees, and then like as that stopped being safe, we'd go 90 degrees. The reason why it didn't quite work out like that is because you're so close to the middle. The probability that you can just like go 90 degrees clockwise or counterclockwise and be safe there was relatively small in our experience. So usually what happened is that we would go a direction and then everyone for themselves, because I don't know when we should move again. And when I do know, I don't have time to think long enough to actually say, go, go! So yeah, that does sound like a YOLO strat with extra steps. We also tried to use a strategy where we just stood in the north for 4 lines, and then YOLO. And in a way, the strategy we're using now is kinda that. It's just more structured. Like, we have specific spots to stand for 4 lines, and you stand for more if your spot stays safe. Oh, Gleaming, we decided to name our strat Crash Team Racing because it was funny. Whether it's actually good is a different question. We didn't use it. Like, when it really came to it, we didn't succeed with it. But yeah, it was specifically named like that to clown on the other strat. Tingles is also because of just how much tombstone gear was needed for best in slot this tier for everyone. No one really wanted the tombstones or solvents. And yeah, that's also kind of what we've seen, is that at a relatively quick glance, if I wanted full best in slot for all roles, like at least one best in slot set for one job in each category, I'm pretty sure that you need more tombstones than all of the tomes you can get in this raid tier being relevant. The cat says, have we stopped tracking secondary stats? Sorry, let me check. I might have forgotten about that. I'm sorry, Cat. That is, the boots should have gone specifically to someone with a secondary priority. Who won the boots?
That would be me.
Well, that's not your fault. That is me that forgot to be aware of that. That should have been Jagar or Girahim specifically. I think we talked about it and said that Glaze was a little bit crazy, but boots, chests, and pants should really go to secondaries until we've cleared them up. I'm sorry about that, Cat. I'll make sure to remember it next time. I know I even specifically said that last time. Hey, Tandemon. Hope you're doing well. I put a note for myself. I think Sip has disappeared. Yeah, exactly, Tingle. Like, that's kind of the thing, is that if you want full best in slot for all role categories, then you don't have tomestones to spare to buy the tomestone weapons. So your best bet is to get M4S weapons. Like, that is actually the more likely scenario that you'll get some of those. Yeah, I'm sorry, Cat. I should have kept track of that. At least the crafted weapons can be upgraded to 720 on the patch. That's true. It is a shame, though, that you can't use the solvent on that.
Yeah, but at least that's a nice output for weekly tomestones.
What is?
You can use your weekly tomestones for that at least. Not the weekly, the farmable tomestones.
Yes. Although, I mean, if you're going full focus on getting the best in slot things, like, yeah, you could upgrade some crafted gear, but you'll probably just upgrade the weapons.
Yeah.
And the rest of it will be best in slot gear, presumably.
At what point will we get the relic? The first step?
I think it's level 3.
Second rate tier at some point.
Okay.
Aerodil says probably 725. That sounds pretty good to me.
Food check.
Come again?
Food check.
Yep.
Eat.
Nom 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 nom.
When do they let me spend these dang tomes for the mounts? I think that's 7.2 for the 2 first mounts.
Thank you for your concern, Jake, but you don't need to worry. I made sure to eat before stream. I was eating
Good.
during M1S.
Is that why you died at the end?
No, I
Sip
died
just
because
grabs
I-
a burger as the boss is about to die. Arm.
Well, actually, it was a cheese baguette because that was the quickest thing I could make in such a short amount of time.
I believe it's 7.2, Tingle. This is actually the first time that I've been in a position where it might actually matter to me. Like, that I might actually have the totems to buy on time. So, like, I'm pretty sure. But not, like, fully 100%.
Muscled its way into the ring.
So to make this fight more authentic, I've turned a heater on.
Even I felt that one. Oh, but the challenger's still standing.
Pairs and a circle. Pairs and a circle. Nice. Spreads and proximity. Spreads and proximity. Die! Nice.
Don't mind me. Throat's a bit parched.
Oh, me too.
Banned compound detected. Combatant disqualified.
Out of the way, tin can! My word, he just assaulted the referee! The scoundrel! No more distractions!
Spreads in a donut. Pairs and a knockback. Pairs and a knockback. Uh-oh.
Wow.
They're back on their feet!
Nice recovery.
Now we're playing by my rules! Ho ho! Chain deathmatch! There's no escaping those adamant links!
Pairs in a circle. Pairs in a circle.
You should know that I have a short fuse!
DPS have the short fuse. Spreads and a knockback. Spreads and a knockback.
This is going to be a blast! The infernal fuse field! How will
DPS have the
challenger
short
respond?
fuse. DPS have the short fuse. Naomi. Cat. Erdel. Ham. Check. Zip. Nice. It'll be spreads. It'll be spreads. 1, 2, 3, 4 out. And in. Ready for the knockback. It'll be spreads. Nice one. Pairs and proximity. Pairs and proximity. All aboard. Spreads and a donut, spreads and a donut, spreads and a donut. It's always that one that sneaks up on me, I'm sorry. Oh, you already got it. Sorry, Han.
What power? Looks like someone isn't holding back.
Remember to keep an eye on the lariat. Uh-oh. Can we survive? Maybe? Nope. Stay over.
A vicious blow! Oh, that'll leave a mark. They're still in it! But for how long?
Well, I feel like we're really good at the comedic timing there.
Until next
Very nice on the recovery from the healers there. Oh man.
Yep.
Let's see. Skyshot says, is it me or is it the second lariat and dive always opposite of the first, aka pairs and spreads? I think it's just random. And random means that is perfectly possible. To pass says, why did you pop your defensives when you were gonna pop your invuln? Because the punches themselves take like nine and a half seconds to go through. So if you use invuln, at least in my experience, so if you use invuln just on the dot, like if you miss it by half a second, he kills me with the last punch. So to just not risk that, I use defensives. There's also the extra detail that every punch he delivers to me, I counterpunch with damnation, and I have nothing else to use damnation for at that time.
Another thing, if we go back a few weeks, you could make a clip of me getting snapshot by the first hit with my invuln already on cooldown because I used it too late, and just getting one tap because I did not use any defensives.
Exactly. So basically the reason why we're using defensives even though we're going to invuln is because the defensives makes it way easier to make it so that the invuln will cover. I actually tried something similar on Wicked Thunder when we were like early in phase 1 practice, but I stopped doing it simply because it was like a coin toss whether my defensives were enough to actually survive the first tank buster.
Warrior issue.
Yes, warrior issue. So it just made no difference. It was better to just get super greedy. And then, on the other hand, warrior has the huge advantage that because warrior doesn't, like, block the damage, just says, well, you can't kill me, it doesn't get, like, memed on by snapshot shenanigans.
Actually, have we tested that? If warriors can't get weird snapshots like paladins and gunbreakers?
Have you seen how late I homegang sometimes on Wicked Thunder? There are times where homegang, the buff appears like a frame or two before the first hit lands. Like, I use homegang after the cast bar's gone most of the time. I don't know how late you did it when you got snapshotted by it, but I wait until the absolute last moment.
No, I don't think I've gotten snapshot by Wicked Thunder yet, but...
I think you have, but maybe not. I think you have, but I might remember wrong. Anyway, for the lootness, the twine, there are still 3 that needs one for their main gear. For everything else, meaning, well, actually, there are 3 that needs the twine for main gear. That's me, Sip, and Aradil. And Aradil needs the upgrade material. Personally, I'm perfectly fine with Aradil having the chance to get double loot. Like, that's fine.
It's the 4th time everyone's getting their primary piece regardless. This
yeah,
time
exactly.
would be the secondary job.
This is only down to who's going to spend books on the twine. Like, whatever. So if Sip's alright with it and I get the impression you are, then we just act like, well, Aradil's getting the weapon upgrade, and then we just roll on which one of us 3 gets the twine. For the chests and the pants, Shaq and Cat wants the chest piece for their secondary priority. Only Milo wants pants for their secondary priority. So I think we'll do it like that. That was what Kat was asking about earlier in between, wasn't that how we were going to do it? And yes, that is how we were supposed to do it.
Looking at my thing, I should already have my pants for secondary.
Can you check if you do?
Let's see, swords. Yeah, I have the defending pants.
Oh, you have the pants?
I think I got them last week.
Oh.
If you have offending pants, then the pants are free for anything else, right?
Yes.
The reason I reacted on the bans, like in the
Yes, for
channel
third and
itself,
beyond.
is not for secondary, but
I
beyond.
was looking at our secondary priority list. In that case, Shaq and Cat, do you both still need the chest for your secondary priority?
Yep.
Okay. So in that case, we will do Twine between me, Aradil, and Sip. Then upgrade material to Aradil. Then the chest, Cat and Shaq will roll on. And then the pants, anyone who wants them for like a best set or something, they can go for it. Need on that. Assuming they didn't win anything already. On this boss specifically. Right. Let's go. So, Twine, me, Sip, and Aradil. Sip. And then Aradil gets the solvent. And then Shaq and Cat duke it out over the chest.
18, about right.
Cat gets that. And then finally we have the pants, where anyone that didn't win anything on this boss yet, you go ahead, need greed as you desire. Cat gets that. Right.
No wipes.
Oh yeah, true. And also that's true, Taldemar. Reclears done in 1 hour once again.
And with 0 wipes this time.
Yeah.
All 3.
Is that the first time we did that?
Yes,
I think so.
I've been keeping track.
Oh.
Well, up until now
It's the
we
first
always
time we did all 3 on the same week with, like, first try.
It was also the first time we didn't have any weird starts where we just decided to wipe on the first mechanic or something like that because someone died.
Nah, I kept it for like one of the last mechanics. That'll change things up.
That's also true, Rothkind says you can buy the twine with nuts on Tuesday, so get a few hunts before patch. That's actually a good point. The reason why I think it's, like, generally speaking, I mean, you could just get those nuts later, but, I'm just going out on a limb here. I'm like 99% certain that this week there's going to be like a quote-unquote normal amount of people doing hunts. Next week, it's going to go crazy. And you might be thinking, why would that be? Can't they just start the grind now? Yes, they could. But a lot of players don't actually realize that, they could start early. A lot of players might not even realize that they can at all. They might not read the patch notes until patch day. And if that's the case, then they don't know that it's an option until patch day. Patch day lands, and now hunts are total chaos.
They're not chaos, they just don't load in.
Also true. There'll be so many players that you can hardly do them, which is the reason why you shouldn't wait. Did Ariel get their upgrade?
They're walking to the vendor, materia vendor.
Hmm. So probably yes. Nice.
At least for one of the fights today, I'm not going to take the driver's license picture.
I'm finally at 730 all gear, so everything's right in the world. There's no
Rothkind
button.
says, on light, there's a good average of 150 hunters per train. Wouldn't be surprised if they get this busy again on Tuesday. Yeah, exactly. My experience with hunt trains in Dawntrail has specifically been... I've done the, like the Fate ones, you know, the mega things. I don't know if they're actually counted as hunts, but I've done those. But actually participating in a hunt train... Tried it. There were so many people that, like, my game was not lagging. But it was as if I had, like 5,000 MS. Something like that. Like, you click an action and then you just kind of sit there for a bit. Which is not enjoyable. The funny thing is that because there were so many people, the hunt marks kind of just died before it mattered that you were lagging so hard.
Well, for many players also before they even had a chance to build aggro.
Yes. There's also the part that the time where I did that, we were, like, it was at the time where there was not a normal raid yet, there was not a savage raid yet, there was just 2 extremes. That was the end game content. So either you were doing that, or you might be leveling other jobs, or you might be doing, like, I don't know, something else. But, like, in terms of, like, end game content, that was it. And hunt trains at the time was technically the fastest way to farm farmable tombstones to buy your, you know, your best in slot.
I will never find it not upsetting that warrior just has 200 extra HP.
It is pretty funny how it's so specific, right? How much vitality do you have?
5,488.
Wait, what? 5,488.
Yes.
I have that too.
Yeah, and 200 more HP.
Yes. Sure, the 200 more HP is unrelated to vitality. Rothkind says, we don't talk about warrior having less average intelligence than any other tank.
Wait,
well,
it does?
Well, I have, with the party bonus that I have right now, I have 184.
I have 277.
Wow. Don't tanks have HP from strength? No.
No.
No?
Also, we should have the same strength value.
If you got that misunderstanding from this trait, Glaive, this trait is just complete, like, aside from the very first thing it says that it reduces damage taken by 20%, the rest of the tooltip is just nonsense. It says it grants a bonus to maximum HP based on your vitality attribute. Everyone gets that. Like a bonus to maximum HP based on vitality. That's what vitality does. And the bonus to damage dealt based on your strength attribute is even more nonsensical, because tanks just... If you have the same amount of strength and weapon damage as a DPS job, a tank doing 100 potency will do 20% less damage than a DPS doing 100 potency. Like, tanks are just weird. It is a possibility that tanks get slightly more HP out of vitality. But ultimately, they get their HP from vitality. There is also a way to demonstrate it. No, this might not be the time for that, but the way you would demonstrate it is if you find an accessory from like a Realm Reborn, right? Sometimes they can have vitality only or strength only. So there is a way to like tune the like your HP or your strength individually. So you would be able to see that, oh, gaining 1 vitality increases my HP, whereas increasing my strength by 1 point does not. Do you think they could have just removed the trait and given you 80% of the potency you have now? Well, the fact that the trait itself makes you take 20% less damage means that that trait can stay. It should just... The tank mastery trait should just say reduces damage taken by 20%. That's all it needs to say. The rest is unneeded. Then, remove that weird innate thing where you do 20% less damage, and just make it so that the potencies are correct. Just reduce all tank potencies by 20%, and then remove that weird interaction. I also think that mages and healers should not have the maim and ment trait. Ranged physical should not have the increased action damage trait. They should just have the correct potency listed. That makes way better sense. But there are also other weird oversights. You know what the weirdest one I've happened upon recently is... Why does freeze have an MP cost? Freeze says can only be executed while under the effect of Umbral Ice, and Umbral Ice 1 since Dawntrail makes ice magic free. So freeze will never cost anything in a situation where it's castable. It used to matter that it had an MP cost because Umbral Ice 1 and 2 only reduced MP costs, didn't remove them. But now... Like, Blizzard 4 also has an MP cost, but you can't use it without Umbral Ice. I'm guessing that it's like legacy from before Dawntrail, and they just left it. Which, okay, fair. But it's still weird. Right, I'll be right back really quick, and then we'll get geared up and ready to party with a horse cat. In the meantime, sanity restored. Alright. Tingle says, did some hunt trains on patch day for this raid tier, and there were so many people in the train it took 10 seconds to dismount. And it took like 30 seconds to get the rewards for killing a mark. Oh boy. Right. I'll start doing some ready checks. By the way, everyone, I'm not 100% sure how it works with the algorithm, but I get the impression, I've gotten the feeling that it does help when you like streams while they're active. So I do appreciate the support if you would like the stream, if you're enjoying it. Like if you're, like, of course, if you're not, then that's a different story, but it does help. So thank you so much for the support. Server was not happy with us. Yeah. Developers, look, we've made 3 rooms for you to have fun in. The players going, we have 3 rooms to overfill, 1 at a time. That's it's so funny that that's how it ends up being consistently. It wasn't 3. Oh, right, that's true. It was 6. I mean, same difference, right? Developers, look, 6 rooms, so there's plenty of space for everyone. Players, 6 rooms to spawn monsters in to hunt. Like, it's so funny when you are on a hunt train with like multiple instances in a zone. You just see, like, when you zone in, it's like, which instance would you like? Would you like the one with 2 players, the one with 6 players, the one with 12 players, or the one with 330 players?
Final Fantasy? You mean Monster Hunter Worlds at home?
Well, I mean, they are monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Are they not? Also, now that you bring my attention to that, Yureen, I'm a little bit shocked, come to think of it, that the Monster Hunter event... Well, I guess I wasn't paying close enough attention to know whether it was like that, but I'm guessing it wasn't. That there wasn't, like, fates all over... as in step with a few monsters. But no, it's just Rathalos, and it's not a hunt. It's just, you just go there. Ah, driver's license times 4.
What do you mean extra bingo square? I've done that for all of the fights until now.
Right. Food check. And yes, I also did the same thing. I tried one hunt mark and just went, nope. Not doing that anymore. 1 mark was all it took.
Personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha!
Back.
Wickedly divine!
Front. Supports bait. Supports bait out. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Whoops. I should not have used Primal Rend there.
The challenger went down hard.
Let's just keep going. Warm up here.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
Cardinals.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2.
2 and 4.
2 and 4. Thank you. 2 and 4. 4 pairs. 4 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this!
Ah. I'm not gonna spin her around anymore.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
I thought spinning was a good trick.
Oh, look at that magic
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Nice. I was supposed to taunt ages ago, wasn't I?
It's fine.
No,
Intermission positions.
cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
One more. Uh-oh.
Can you get him a really low mana?
I will not fail.
Begats! Something is growing from her body.
Ah.
My body will hold. It must.
Nice.
啊啊
Can we recover from this point?
I'm manually resing, ignore me.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new funnel soul!
Ugh. Stay out. Oh, right.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Let's get to the center. Get to the center. For the baits. Oh man, that is dangerous to go early there.
Out.
Get out of the middle. Spreads and pairs? Yeah?
Yes.
Uh-oh. Oh man.
And they're done!
And into the
Is it over
center.
already?
It might be over already, yeah.
Ah, that's a weak raid wide.
Strong enough.
They're still in it! But for how
I don't have my macros on my hotbars. But it was left first, right? Or it will be left first. Yeah! Yeah, we don't have enough people for this. Oh, bye. In what? Yeah, I think there's something that I need to review real quick. Midnight Sabbath. If
Yeah.
all 8 are cannons,
Yeah.
if it's pairs, then obviously you stand in front of the second cannon that comes out.
Yes.
If it spreads, where do you go?
On the spawn circle of the cannon that is late to spawn.
What?
Basically, you do the same with birds, but you invert the clone you go to.
Okay, so if... So that means that when we had spreads first, and from what I could see, cannons were first on cardinals and intercardinals, right?
Yes.
Does that mean that we spread on opposite sides of the intercardinal cannon?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically, every pair has two clones, two clone circles, and they do their mechanics on the spawn positions of those two.
Right. for some reason,
At least
my
that's
brain
the
had...
theory.
And the reason why I had to ask is because my brain was like, well, I mean, technically we can spread next to the, next to the first cannon. Like, we can do that, but, if we do that, right? Like, if we actually did that, then if, like, hypothetically, if I went with that logic, then I would probably land possibly too close to the person that was supposed to, like, spread around A. Because I would be too... Maybe? I don't actually know. It's very confusing to me. That's why I had to ask, I think. Hey, Lisa. Hope you're doing well. And we know, Osteich. We know. But we're not going to do that on Prog. The point is, if all 8 are cannons, and the first set comes in cardinals, and it spreads first, then my spot is between 1 and A, because I'm support. Because my spot is 1 or D. Right?
Don't we do do we do supports left or DPS left?
It has been supports left on M1S with the knockbacks. It has been supports left on M2S with the spreads.
Yeah, so you should be between 1 and D if you're spreading on
Didn't
1.
you say it wasn't its second cannon?
Wait,
Let me try and give the example again.
yes.
Spreads first. All 8 are cannons.
Yes.
Cardinals drop first, which means A, B, C, D. Does
Yes.
that mean that I go between 1 and A because 1 is the second cannon? And I go left, facing towards the center, right?
Right, I always interpret it as left facing out.
Maybe we should go over that. Is it facing in or out, guys? Because on M1S it's facing in. That it's support left. On M2S it's facing in, support left. I'm pretty sure it's always facing in, right? Are we all in agreement on that? Is there anyone who's like, what?
Well, the boss is on the outside.
Exactly, Discordo. Boss relative. That makes no sense. Because that means that
clockwise stuff instead of left or right, and
Yeah,
in and out.
That sounds way less confusing.
Yeah, that's why my head does it.
So what does that mean?
I don't know. I know I am.
Where would you go
Counterclockwise from
in my
you.
example? You're counterclockwise from me. Okay, fantastic. That.
That's why I was saying, but I thought it was muted. But like it's the same result basically.
Yeah, it's
Like, I go
exactly the
left of
same
one,
result.
You go right of one.
If we
Like,
just
how
say
we are
what
looking now.
we just go, DPS are counterclockwise from the supports, and the supports are clockwise from the DPS. That's the same thing. Technically, that's the same thing. Does everyone know what their positions are for those mechanics? Is what I'm wondering. I don't know what that means, Ham. What markers are you on?
2 and A.
2 and A. Are you not on 2 and B? Oh wait, sorry, that's right. Milo and I are on 1 and D. I'm being an idiot. You're of course on 2 and A.
Yes. And up until now, we have done it left. Support goes left facing out, but I think we are now going to adapt and we are going to do supports go clockwise.
I mean, technically, as long as your partner knows what you're doing, it doesn't matter. The only reason why I needed to review this was because I saw Milo do something unexpected.
I saw you standing on the mouse spots. It was like,
Yeah, exactly. I was standing on your spot according to what I was supposed to do, and you just fixed it. But from my perspective, it was like, this is wrong. I don't know why we survived. This is wrong.
Mission failed successfully.
Faithus, I just realized you don't have the second platform markers. You mean these? Nope. These? You mean this? Just holds up nothing. Aha! You didn't expect me to have this, did? Wait. I mean this. We do have them. It's just that we're working with this. We have them. We got them handed to us by, I think it was Taldemar? Might have been Annie?
I think so, yeah.
I think it was Taldemar. Could also have been Jake. No, wait. Would have been Jake? Was it? And exactly, I remember that it was handed to us. But there's I think 4 or 5 that has offered it. Right, now that I am back on track... ish. Let's see if we can get further. That's a really good first try, especially considering things went a little weird.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wicked
Back.
divine!
Bagging out. Bagging out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Oh. What?
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
That's, not good.
Might be on me.
How so?
I assumed the donut wouldn't have a hole in the middle.
Do we have a rest for Arizona?
I think we both pressed cat at the same time.
There is no
Uh-oh.
limit to Electro's potential.
Cardinals?
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4.
Yep.
Four pairs? 4 pairs? Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs?
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that nasty
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
Ugh.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Pizza places?
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. There we go. One more time from the top.
Not fail.
Yes! Something is growing from her body!
One more. Whoop.
My body
Now make your way to C.
it must. Ah! Ah!
Nice. I managed to get my full fight of light in.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new feral soul!
In. Get in.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether! down?
That's not good.
Is it over already? They're back on their feet. Upgrade.
Into the center. For the baits. Into the center. Into the center. Careful. It spreads. And then pairs.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
then it's out of the center. Yeah, sorry, I could have called that sooner.
Ah.
I'll just jump. It's okay. I think the big accomplishment here is that we're getting really consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much, Fubuki. With how close we were, Prog is pretty much a clear. I also saw a few others came in the middle. Hey Lucifer, hope you're doing well. And yeah, I do know that there are a few places where I could get a little more greedy on strikes. The thing is, we don't need that damage. And like messing that up just doesn't feel like it's worth it. That's why I go a little sooner on things. Like you also like, I think that my check to demonstrate to you that I'm not greeding is the fact that the moment she turns a single frame to left or right for like the iron cluster stuff, I run, even though I'm a tank and I could take it. I run. That doesn't mean that Ham has to run, but I do. Yeah, the configuration we had just now on Midnight Sabbath was a little confusing for me as well, because due to it being cannons on intercardinals first and then birds on cardinals, everything was just resolved under the bird. Which was a little confusing after us getting cannons. I think we've gotten all cannons, like both the last try and then also the try before that last time or something like that. We've gotten that a few times.
Easy way to remember is if the cannons and birds alternate, you can say in the same quadrant. You just have to spread for either the pair or the spread. Because if it's bird first, then gun, you start in the bird and then that becomes a safe spot after as well. And other way around as well.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's going wrong for us on Witch Hunt though.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Support baits. Support bait in.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Uh-oh. Ranged in a donut.
Is it over already?
What happened to Aradil this time?
They're still in it, but for how long?
Did Aradil get sniped by a circle or a donut?
There is no limit to electric
Cardinals.
potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4.
Really likes the evens today.
Yeah. Fawn spreads. Fawn spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. Uh-oh. This might be recoverable.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
master cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Wow. Anyway. I'm not sure what happens out of. Yeah, the way that like completely goes sideways there, really, and is that if anyone that still has like their debuff ticking from the explosion itself is active, then like that mechanic just finishes immediately, which means that like there's a donut AoE that people are not in position for yet. There's like a cone AoE that needs to be aimed at a specific person that it doesn't. There's like small circle AoEs that are just going to happen. So like just one person standing on top of someone else. Oops, circle AoE. Both players die instead of just one. That other person might have a donut AoE that then snipes someone else. That person might have had, you know, the cone AoE that then hits the wrong player. And like just bang, 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 bang. And somehow I lived.
A tank privilege.
You died.
Yeah, I had a circle and I was hit by a targeting cone, and everything there gives lightning born. So if you get hit by one thing, you live. If you get hit by two things, you die.
Yeah. Streamer privilege. The game just went, well, he's holding the camera, so. Milo saw that apparently Arda got clipped by me.
By like 1 or 2 pixels.
Hmm.
Like I didn't see the AoE land on Aerodel, but they got the debuff.
They
from
got the
being hit
debuff,
by
and
it.
who else could it have been?
Yep.
Hmm.
Let's hope it wasn't me.
Yeah, the thing is, Fubuki, as long as you're progressing, like, mechanically, I wouldn't worry about how much damage you're doing specifically. Like, as long as you're getting further and further, that's the first point of concern. Am I supposed to be slightly closer to the boss than I am for the tank baits?
Personally, I stand slightly in the hitbox.
I do. Usually I do too, and whenever I see either Giraheen or Milo not that, I get queasy. Like when it's their turn to bait and they're not in there yet, I'm like, ugh. It's not a bad idea to, like, if you know who's supposed to be baiting, like, leaning further away from them is not a bad idea.
From what I could see, it should be correct spot for you. I see also Arda was like halfway in.
Okay.
That doesn't help.
It is a little tight.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Nice. Raid wide. We had a lot of mitigation on that.
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One pairs. One pairs. clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. Oh, wow. I was really close on the damage there. That's going to hurt a lot. What happened?
I got mixed up on first time and I barely got there in time.
Oh.
I'm so glad I up-availed myself.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
acid cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
That's not right.
What?
I'll have to invuln this.
I mean,
Don't think it matters.
Why did you all explode on the other side?
it's almost like we needed the healers with mitigation and stuff. And one of them was
Oh.
dead.
Because of healer mid. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that's possible, Ridley, because the laser beam is a so-called wild charge, which means that it does a lot more damage to the front person. So if both tanks could have the same charge, then the side that doesn't have a tank just dies.
Well, at least the first person in line dies, and the next time everyone dies.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, soldier, something. Hope you're doing well. Food check.
Well, 19 seconds is enough.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! Are
Back.
wickedly divine!
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks and a circle. Tanks and a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Range in a donut. Nice. Cardinals?
To Electrope's potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
3 and 4. Three spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
How's this? Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Swap. That looked very awkward.
No.
Intermission positions or
I cannot
pizza
die
places?
here.
I don't even know which one is
I
better.
have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Pizza intermission?
Pizza intermission?
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
No more? Ah. A good check?
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
My body
Make your way to C.
it must.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
It's late.
Oh, yeah, a little. On the left, we have to go far.
And they're done.
Stay out. Stay out.
Getting it.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
Oh, we can do that too. I'm just going to leave.
She's using electrode to convert her body's ether.
Fly to the left.
Oh!
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
We go into the center for the baits. Out of the center. Uh-oh.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard. They're still in it, but for how long?
It's going to be pairs first. Out of the center. We should probably just wipe. Did we just jump? Come on.
Might as
Or
well.
stand in the middle.
Yeah.
Wait, did I? But attack doesn't even deal that much damage.
What attack?
The Flame Slash.
The one where
But doesn't it remove the
deletes-
arena?
Yeah.
It removes the flaw and gives the damage down, but it didn't even deal 80k to me.
I'm guessing that they're concluding that it doesn't matter.
Well, Stampeding Thunder, when she breaks the flaw with a cannon, kills you. The final hit that breaks the flaw.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry if my going over the Midnight Sabbath caused other people's strategies to get confused. I didn't mean to do that. I just needed to understand what the plan was. Call it Chuck E. Cheese. Also, hey Emir, hope you're doing well. I hope you'll get Fire Soldier or something. Because I feel like usually what happens with Crystalline Conflict is that if you don't get to like the spot you want reasonably early in the season, then queues start to just like slow to a crawl. Like once other people are happy with their position, it stops working. Oh, sips back. Okay. I'm not going to pull. The Midnight Sabbath teams. Can we go in our Midnight Sabbath pairs real quick? Just go to your pair. Okay. Can you position yourself such that you're looking the way you would be looking if you were looking inside the arena from your position? So like if you're, for example, if you're on 1 or D, you have to look like this, like Milo and I are doing, like this. Can you position yourself such that you know if it spreads, who's going in which direction? Does this make sense to everyone? A better question. Anyone who's like, I don't get why we're doing this exercise.
Ymir, you don't count for this.
Okay. So the key thing that I can see, it's not important, but the key thing that I can see is that we have we have half the raid is doing it one way, the other half is doing it a different way. That's perfectly fine. The only thing that matters is that you and your partner knows.
Just don't expect to be doing this in PF.
I mean, when it comes to Party Finder, then you have to figure out what they do separately.
You think we'll get to this mechanic in PF?
Fair point. But yeah, exactly. As long as you and your partner knows what you're doing, nothing else matters. Great. That was all I needed to do. Now I'm good to pull again. I'm assuming, like, I'll do another ready check for the actual pull. I mean, you can eventually. It's just a matter of, like, doing the prog.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Well, the thing is, in Party Finder, you wouldn't be doing a marker dance like that in EU. You would probably just be told that it's being done in a certain way, and then you just have to take your spot. The only reason we can do it like this is because we're a specific static.
His great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Back. Support spade. Support spade out. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Range in a circle. Melees in a donut. Nice.
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
Cardinals. Cardinals. Anywhere but but only a cardinal.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
Is that 2?
3 and
Is
4.
that 3 and 4? Thank you. 3 spreads. MULs, hope you're doing well. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. I'm missing someone?
And they're done. Is it over already?
Now the question is, who was wrong?
Excellent question.
Turns out I was right.
I got hit by 2 and I had a long timer, so I was free. But I did run into the wrong area there.
Yeah, I do want to just comment on this real quick. Wolf Night Eyes saying that a savage boss like this is easy. Like, you might be saying it to like reassure Ymir that no, you can do it. But if you're doing that, you're also simultaneously like underplaying the actual difficulty of the encounter, and by extension, you're also like devaluing the value of you being able to do it, because it being easy means that if you can't do it, you're bad. Whereas if it's hard, then it's okay that you can't do it, but you're amazing if you can. So, you know, don't undersell the difficulty of hard content. Exactly, Soldier something. Savage bosses are easy when you have been doing the same fight for a month. Anyone can do it with enough practice, Wolf Night Eyes. But there are limits. I could actually guarantee you that not everyone can do it. There are people with disabilities that would have a hard time playing the game, for instance.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wickedly
Front.
divine!
Front. Support spade. Support spade out. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Oh, this is interesting.
They're still in it! But for how long? They're back on their feet! What grid?
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
Cardinals.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2.
2.
1 pairs. 1 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this!
Got a little scary there.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
And they're done. Is it over already?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a wipe.
Good luck, Zip.
But yeah, as I said, just because something is easy for you doesn't mean that it is actually easy. Like, it's difficult to put into perspective sometimes, but imagine that you like train for weeks and months to do a marathon, and then you finally do it, and then you talk about it, and then this athlete goes, "Lamau, that's easy though, mate. I do that every week." Doesn't feel super great. Yes, this raid tier might be easier than some others have been in the past, but it isn't an easy encounter. It's relatively speaking, it's easier than some previous raid tiers. That doesn't mean that it's easy. Exactly, CG. This Savage tier is easy, but it's still Savage. Like, relative to the rest of the content in the game. Also, it depends on what you do you call easy. And it depends on what do you call easy. Also that. Like, I could imagine that someone like Yannick that does Palace of the Dead for breakfast is like, it's not that hard. But relatively speaking, it's not that easy until you know how to do it.
Also partially depends on your job.
Yes.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
But there is also the part that some players, when they say it's easy, they don't mean it like that. The problem is that it's received like that.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Front. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Bit late there, Milo.
My backstab didn't work. I think I
Oh.
was out of range for the backstab.
I believe this is tanks in a donut.
They're still in it! But for how long?
Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Why did your backstep not work? Did you step out too soon?
Yeah, I think I was out of range for it to work.
Ah,
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electrope's potential.
It is gathering ether. But to what end?
2 and 4. Four spreads. Little close there, Green.
Is it over already?
You have to remember it has to be it's a little tight.
They're back on their feet! What crit?
It's okay. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that magic
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
There's someone that's out of position here. Swap. Naomi, I think it's you. I could only see it because your debuff had 4 stacks. It's alright. We just take a deep breath, sip of water. Remember, it'll be fine. And making a mistake is fine. But what can happen is if you goof it up at some point, then every mechanic that follows, you goof that up too, because your mind is stuck on the previous mistake. And then you goof the next mistake up, and then there's a possibility that that one, like, replaces the problem. Like, now you're focused on that, but the key is that you're not focused on what's happening right now. And that's often what trips you up. So, deep breath, sip of water, remember it's okay, we'll get this, and if we don't, that's also okay. Food check.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wickedly
Front.
divine!
Front. Support spade. Support spade in. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melee's in a donut. Next up is a raid wide. Cardinals.
There is no limit to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4. Two spreads. Oof. Last moment there, Velo. I mean, it's only greed if it goes wrong, right?
Calculated. I didn't also almost stand on the wrong half.
Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. Oh. I have to say, that is scary stuff.
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
pizza places?
No! I cannot die here! I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more. Ah.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her!
Uh-oh. And one more.
My body will hold.
Cat, can you get Normie?
This is going to hurt so much. Almost.
Yeah, I messed up my defensives.
Oh, that too.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
What?
That was relatively early with the LB, so the
Ooh.
last hit will probably hurt.
Well, the last hit always hurts. Legitimately, you've never hit that one without, like, missing several starter hits.
Well, the mechanic takes longer to resolve than the duration.
In! I know, there are more hits than the LB can cover. But the last hit, like, if you get it right, the last hit will land. Consistently. We're both trying to be helpful.
Look funny from my side of the arena.
Was funny.
Be
from this
aware
side as
I'm
well.
resource limited at the minute.
Yep. Oh, I moved early. I'm so sorry. Into the middle. Middle. It spreads first. Uh-oh. Right.
I got clipped by the cannon.
Out.
Out.
Oh, that's bad.
Yes. Ah.
They're back on their feet! What grit?
Ah.
Did it
Hurry up.
transfer the, did it transfer the pairs?
Run.
Probably. Run as fast as you can to your positions. Uh-oh.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Left strikes first, it's a knockback. And I slipped. Bye.
At my bot now. So,
I can take it.
creative solution.
Oh, whoops, she already had that one.
Alright.
That doesn't look right, Shaq. I don't know who's supposed to be here.
Gosh, damn
It was actually me that was supposed to bait. I realize that now. For some reason, I practiced this with the tool thing, and then I got the debuff and I was like, that means I have to take the pillar first. Which is incorrect. So I'm pretty sure Shaq and Sid had it right. Faith says, are you all using uptime? Faith, are we using the
No.
uptime markers?
No, we are not.
Exactly, Talimar. That's why it went wrong. Hey Zana, they'll be doing well. That's pretty funny. It's a shot call is so direct and focused, even I started to moving to it.
I think we found the optimal solution for mustard bombs. Just have some players revive during it so they can't explode on the first hit.
Aerodil says, I don't know why Sib and I died on the stack. Which stack? In Midnight Sabbath? In the Donut Bird. Did anyone else die in Midnight Sabbath?
I did, but it was due to me cocking up on hitting getting clipped by a cannon.
So there was someone dead. If there's anyone who's dead during Midnight Sabbath, then the follow-up hit will target someone. So that's probably why, yeah.
Unless it's Brute Bomber, it's like a 75 chance that 2 more players die. Brute Bomber always targets the solo player. Or something like that. I think I've never seen him actually execute another pair for that.
He's executed it on me before.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! Are
Front.
wickedly divine!
Bagging out. Bagging out. I think Cat needs help. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut.
Well, sometimes you're just a tank.
What?
A tank privileged for a circle. Made sure I clipped nobody.
There is no limit to electro
Cardinals?
potential.
It is gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. Three spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
magic cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
That's not good.
Nope.
Challenger went down hard.
I think I had to take a step further forward.
They're still in it, but for how long?
Wow.
And they're done. Is it over already?
You have to move once. I might have inbound a little early right just now.
They're
Should
back
be
on
fine.
their feet. What grit?
No,
Pizza places.
cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether.
One more.
I will not fail.
Something is growing from her body.
One more.
My body will hold.
Make your way to C.
It must.
Sorry, Naomi, that song I was listening to got to a really good part.
That's fair.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul.
Stay out.
I was thinking of making a comment before it happened, but you know.
Yeah.
You're doing weird stuff on your side there.
We're being too helpful.
Burnt her body's ether.
Center. Center. Spreads and pairs. Spreads first. Ow.
No, it's my out of the middle.
Out of middle. I mean,
That
it's
was the
pretty
final
much
shooter.
not recoverable at this point anyway.
Huh.
Yeah, so in regards to the discussion in the chat, our reasoning for not using uptime strat is, one, as some of you have seen, we still sometimes have problems with Witch Hunt. And uptime markers specifically steal the markers we need for Witch Hunt. Like, that's exactly where the markers will be missing. The second reason is that if we were so good that we should be using uptime strat, why don't we just skip sunrise? Right?
Wait, we can skip sunrise?
Yes. Like, if we were
I like
that
that.
good. Like, if you can do enough
We?
damage, hypothetically,
Oh.
also,
So hypothetically, if we get really good at the parts before sunrise, we won't have to learn it.
hypothetically, yes. That's also part of the reason why some of us, at least, I don't know if everyone is, but some of us are using gem drafts already. By the way,
Band
does
compounds.
anyone need a recalibration on the iron clusters mechanic? Anyone who's like, I could use a refresher on where I need to stand? Not 100% of the middle debuff. So the way that it works, just to reiterate, if you have a blue debuff, you know, with the circle thing, you either go here if you're support, you go here if you're a DPS. If you have the purple debuff, then, like, optimally, our agreement is that you stand here. Well, I guess if Ham is a boss and, like, supports go here, DPS go here. But the purple debuff goes here. And the arrow debuff, blue or green, goes, like, approximately here. Like, right in front of the purple debuff. The thing is, in practice, it doesn't have to be that strict. What matters is that the purple debuff's closest person is 1 in front of them and 2 really close to them. Which means that if I have the arrow debuff and I'm standing here, then Cat, if they have the purple debuff, can just correct it by going, well, then I have to be closer to Kai, because Kai is clearly an idiot. And similarly, if the purple debuff is, like, out of position, then the arrow debuff can move a bit. But because of the donut AoE that is going to come from here or here, you only have so much to work with. Like, can't go out here, then you'll die to the donut. I think we have enough time for one solid try before we have to go out and reset.
Yes, I think we would have time to die to enrage right now.
Exactly. That's the amount of time we need. Because with my kind of luck, the attempt where we don't have enough time is the one where we actually run out the timer.
No enrage here is over 11 minutes.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
This enrage is somewhat longer.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's grey wings! Ha!
Front.
Wickedly divine!
Bagging out. Bagging out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Uh-oh. Ranged in a circle. Melee's in a donut.
They're done! Is it over already? They're still in it! But for how long?
There is no limit to
Cardinals?
Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2. Two and pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this.
Oh,
Go ahead.
that's bad.
You think?
Right. Let's hop out. Yeah, exactly, Rocky. That is also part of the reason why we haven't seen Enrage, but we're already using gem drafts, is because we can probably skip that if we get a really good pull. We just need to get a really good go at it. Right, so few minute break, I'll be right back, and then I'll start doing ready checks and stuff, and then we go back in. In the meantime, energy restored. Alright, I'm back. Caetsu says my group did the entire fight usually as we used tank LB. Once we had more people with more weapons, we started using melee LB at intermission. It just gives you more leeway if you have deaths. That's true. I think the problem is that if we start doing that, then we instead have to like figure out how we deal with defensive cooldowns where we're using tank LB.
I think that would mean that I move Passage of Arms to after the launch instead of before, and what more defensives could we use at that point? Would be up
Exactly.
to the healers at that point.
Kitchen sink. And see, the problem is, Emir, that the mechanic that precedes the tank LB is 3 very large raid wides.
It's 1 really massive and 2 big.
Yes. So if you just go, oh, well, I need this cooldown there, and this cooldown there, and this cooldown there, then what's going to happen is that we will not reach phase 2, because we'll just die to the slam that deletes the platform. Because, like, we've actually done exactly that on M4S. I have a question, Disco-Ru. Which job did you clear this fight as? Cleared as red mage. So you have a magic mitigation and
Wait,
battle, but fair enough. If you've actually thought about it, that's fair enough. It's pretty classic though that the people that are the most aggressive with "you don't need it, you have everything," tend to be like, "Oh yeah, by the way, I did it as Viper," or, you know, generally speaking, a DPS typically. That then don't really actually know, to be precise, what's happening over in the support department.
Example, I didn't even notice the final hit of the transition crosstail switch does not get covered by the tank LB.
You didn't
Because
notice?
yes, I was not aware.
Because you're a tank.
Yes.
Yeah, you know how I noticed? Because I'm looking at the party list. Like, I'm actually shocked that everyone starts moving to their side before the mechanic has resolved, because I would have assumed that the healers would prefer that everyone stays in so that they can hit everyone with, like, raid-wide healing. But when everyone splits early, that's no longer an option. But the healers are doing it too. So I'm just, like, I started doing it because, well, there's no point in me sitting here alone.
I did it because I don't need the healing. Little correction on the pre-launch, but it's 4 raid wides, 1 big raid wide, 2 small ones, and then 1 massive.
What's the point of the tanks specifically kitchen sinking that mechanic?
So we can rest the rest.
So he says, our white mage ended up spamming cure 3, so we didn't die without tank LB. I mean, if everyone's topped up and have a barrier, then I can see that Cannon Bolt should be survivable by everyone if they're topped up with a barrier. And there's, like, reprisal on the boss.
Reprisal could still be up. I'm reprisaling before Soul Shock, so it could possibly have run out at that point.
That's also true, M4S. The main reason why we're even talking about it is exactly because it requires quite a lot of adjustment. So if we were going to do it and then suddenly like start doing it, it would probably set us back. Oh yeah, see, the thing is, the reason why we're discussing this is because you're saying that we're all 730 now. So there is actually no more gear to be had on our end. I think we'll probably just stick to what we're doing right now. Because, as some of you said, ultimately, like, the benefit of switching up the strategy is that maybe we'll skip Sunrise or skip more of Sunrise. But, I mean, wouldn't it be better to just get it right? Like, that was also something that was mildly significant when we were progging M1S, is that it was really, really funny that, you know, all the, like, world-first racing groups were like, oh yeah, this race is really easy, and then it came out that basically none of them did Raining Cats. They just skipped it. We didn't. Like, that's something we've earned since. But we had to learn Raining Cats in one way or another. Exactly, Matthew. Oh, that fight is mega easy. Skips the hardest mechanic.
Honestly, I'm of the opinion that leaping quadruple crossing by the shade with nail clipper, chipper, or whatever is harder.
Possibly.
Or that entire mechanic. But it's close.
Matthew, based on how Party Finder reacts to it, or so I've been told, Raining Cats might as well be in Rage. But it isn't. Yeah, we've gotten good enough that we've started not just skipping Raining Cats, but like skipping the last bit of the mechanic before that.
We're nearly skipping the tank buster. I think we have skipped the knockback before, right?
Yes. I think we actually had one where we skipped the tank buster. Yeah, exactly, Ben. Ben says, I don't get why people determine a fight's difficulty by the DPS check and not the mechanics. Absolutely agree. Like, yes, the fight is more lenient by having a nicer DPS check, so you can fail more, but the mechanics themselves can be incredibly difficult. Like, I would find it pretty funny if they made, like, a ludicrously insane raid tier at one point. But then, like, the DPS check was really, 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 really lenient. It was like every mechanic was crazy. but you have like 30 minutes per pull. Like, if you can hold on, it just keeps going. Emily,
The boss can
hope you're
loop.
well.
The boss can loop once.
It loops the whole thing.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Or just make a savage boss without enrage. And
Yeah.
don't tell anyone.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Front.
wickedly divine!
Bagging out. Bagging out. Support spade. Support spade in. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Range in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ah, I see tank privilege.
At some point, I just stopped being able to differentiate circles and donuts.
I've had times like that too.
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering Eva, but to what end?
4 and 3, 3 and 4.
3-4, yeah.
4 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs. Uh-oh. Yeah, this doesn't look right.
Oh my! The challenger went
I'm pretty sure I was 2.
Oh, yeah, that's my bad. I think that was the first
Take this!
time that's happened that I was free today. So who gets...
Enjoy your evening, Shiro.
I completely messed up the way that mechanic works. It was the first time I had to stack with 3 stacks today.
Hmm.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Back.
wickedly divine!
Backing out. Backing out. Support baits. Support baits in. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Range in a circle. Nice. Cardinals?
No limit to Electrope's potential.
It is gathering either, but to what end?
1 and 3. One spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap.
And they're down.
Ouch.
Is it
Let's
over
hop. Come on.
Ah.
What happened? It looked like the mechanic was resolved correctly, but there was lack of HP.
Looks like it. I've tried to exile and I don't know it's been some corner still.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Front and out. Front and out. Support spade. Support spade out. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut.
There is
Cardinals.
no limit to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering Eva, but to what end?
1 and 2. One spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that massive
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. pizza places?
No! I cannot die here! I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
My body will hold. It must.
Make your way to C.
Bonk.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new feral soul!
Stay out.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Middle for the baits. Center. Find your partners. Spreads first. Ah.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard!
Evil snapshot.
Hmm. We got further. Or further than we've gone for a while. Sadly, it's only it's only canon. Oops, all cannons. I do prefer it when there is a bird.
I prefer only birds.
Eh.
I think cannon bird is fine.
I think cannon bird
This is not
or
a
bird
puzzle,
cannon
but I must have your
is
Because you don't have to move.
you can just stay on one exactly.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine.
Dang it.
Back and out, back and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Ranged in a donut. Melees in a circle.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
This might hurt.
They're back on their feet. What grit?
There is no limit to Electro's
Cardinals?
potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
massive cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
And they're done. Is it over already?
I have questions.
We had a misunderstanding on our side
Yeah,
about positioning.
yeah. I'm pretty sure Aridel and I got decimated by donuts. Yeah. I know it's funnier that way, Rillian, but I'm trying to like keep focus. That's why I'm not appending it right now. But clock spots, woo, is funnier. I hope it goes well, Chief Hunter.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha!
Front.
Wickedly divine!
Bagging out. Bagging out. Support spade. Support spade in. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Range in a circle.
There is no limit to
Cardinals.
Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Whew. Pairs. Ah. I think we can recover that.
Yes.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
pizza places?
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more. Nope.
My body will hold. It must.
Can you get hammer, please?
Yeah, I think we're missing
I'm not
too
sure
many.
it's a good. I'm not sure it's a good idea to get me up before the launch. I don't know
Just
what
wipe.
happens now.
Just wipe. Just wipe.
I,
Just wipe. Just wipe.
I would have liked to test what happens when I take a res from before the launch, after the launch.
Oh, sorry. Come on, you had that? I mean, we had everyone that can rest dead. But yeah, there's a reason why I say one more every time, is because consistently there will be someone that's like, I'll ride the laser beam. Anyway, blah. Agni says you get rest on the old platform. It depends. See, if you accept the res before the platform is deleted, that was what the question was.
But I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's grown wings! Ha!
Back.
Wickedly divine!
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Cardinals.
No limit to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
3 and 4. Three spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Oh my! The challenge
Ah,
only
that's a problem.
Yep. What happened?
Take this!
Both me and Cat with 3 went out because I got confused as they were standing there alone.
Oh.
Milo, I just have a question. Why is this person called Lucifer getting cookies and I'm not?
They're in my FC, and I didn't know I was supposed to bring them cookies.
You told me if I was gonna do this raid today, you'd give me cookies.
What?
Are we finished?
That is
Yeah.
actually a pretty good counterpoint. You haven't not received the cookies yet.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Now Emi also wants cookies, by the way.
Oh, I want cookies as well.
Or coffee
You're gonna
biscuits.
hang up a lot, Milo.
Oh, this
Nah, I'm
gets
not a
really
fan of-
chaotic.
I don't really like coffee biscuits.
Did you bring enough to share with the class, Nathan says? Oh
If
boy.
one needs wings, one needs simply
Specifically Maryland, please. I like that brand.
She's greatly.
The cookie talk got me so
Front.
confused I got burst.
Front.
Oh no, I only accept self-made.
Oh, mine is very good, chef. Is that the right word? Or is it a bakery?
Front. Support spade. Support spade in.
And they're
What?
done. Is it over already?
Healers in the circle.
They're back on their feet. Hot grit.
Healers in the circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut.
There is no
Cardinals.
to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. Three spreads. clock spots.
How's this?
Oh my!
That's bad.
Down hard.
And we have pairs. That's not going to work. Just wipe it. Just wipe it. Just wipe it. Just wipe it. Hey, nom nom nom. Hope you're doing well. It's going a little bit back and forth. That's good to hear, Ymir. I'm glad to hear that. Food check.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A wickedly
Back.
fine!
Bagging out. Bagging out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Healers in the circle. Healers in the circle. Tanks in a donut. Range in the circle. Melees in a donut.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
2 and 4. Two spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! rope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
My body will hold. It must. Ah! Ah!
Bonk.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul! Oh my!
Stay out.
Challenger went down hard. They're still in it, but for how long? And they're done. Is it over already? She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Middle to bait. Out of the center. Out. Nice. Find your partners. Pairs first.
Oh.
In. Left strikes first, later.
The blade spots.
They're back on their feet.
Left strikes first, it's a knockback.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
I will invuln it. I will however need healing.
Scary.
That was left first, right?
Yes, left
Thank you.
strikes first.
I don't have Shake It Off yet. Oh! I took one step too far. Sorry. I'm sorry. Raven Knight, there is this thing called the Stone Sky Sea. There's striking dummies there that you can practice against. If you can beat the striking dummy associated with the duty that you want to do, then you should be capable of dealing enough damage in the actual duty. Should be. I'm sorry. I think that was entirely on me. I was having a hard time getting close enough, and then, like, on the I accidentally took one single mega step instead of a tiny one, and also ran into the wall and died.
A classic.
Yep. Which meant that the boss turned and shot right then.
Hmm.
And food check.
Mm-hmm.
I should have RP walked. That could have actually helped. Or backpedaled.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings. Ha! A wickedly
Front.
divine.
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits in. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Range in a circle.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. Three spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions. Uh-oh. Can we recover from that?
Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
Uh-oh. One more. Can we recover from that? I don't think
can't
we can.
res my
Yeah, we can't rest that
Lord.
many.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
Meh.
My body will hold. Must.
Oh, interesting.
Weird.
The launch seems to ignore invulns.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new feral soul!
Oh man. I think this is going to be a wipe anyway.
They're still in it! But for how long?
Well, I'm pretty sure we're not beating Enrage.
That too, but stay out of the middle. I don't know if we can recover, but you know, the practice would be nice.
Well, it's Muffet bottleneck, so you better hope.
They're back on their feet! Hot grid.
I'll invul mine.
The challenger
Think.
went down hard. She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Center for baits. In. Find your partners. Spread first.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, I think we have a misunderstanding.
And they're done! Is it over already?
I was supposed to be over under the bird. That's my mistake. We've gotten double guns so many times. Yeah, that was my mistake. I was supposed to be on the on D, but I've gotten so used to double guns that I just went there immediately. I'll start doing ready checks to see when people are back. Yeah, unfortunately, the best you can do, Emir, is, as we've talked about before, is that an advantage of Party Finder is that, I mean, you can try and make a group at any time. And the question is whether it'll fill, but that means you can go when you have time, and at least try to when you have time. Whereas if you went with a static, you kind of have to have a consistent schedule. Sort of.
On the bright side, I think I'm getting pretty consistent with the earlier Paladin opener.
Mm-hmm.
I think what Wicked Wonder in reality means when she says that she must have our souls is that she needs our gil for all of the gem drops we are buying and using on her.
Nope. A food check?
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Back. DPS baits and out. This is going to be a problem. Yeah, I'm sorry I was super late with that because I was looking at Milo. That's a tank in a circle. Tanks in a... Should we just wipe? Let's just jump. Jump.
Whee.
I'm guessing what happened is we've had back and out so many times.
Oh yeah, this was a muscle memory Square Enix RNG thing.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Front. Support baits. Support bait in. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. We have a problem here. I should have just stayed out.
They're back on their feet. What grit? They're still in it, but for how long?
There is no limit to Electro's potential.
Cardinals.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
3 and 4. 3 and 4. 3 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that massive
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Swap. Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more.
from her body.
One. Nope, that's not yet. One more. Make your way to C.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
No!
Oh my!
Just wipe.
The challenger
Just wipe.
went down hard.
Ah, that's what happened.
No, Steven, it's a massive misunderstanding to say that Japan straight up used duty finder for things like Savage. The true reality of it, from what I've been told from players that are actually on JP servers, is they would use duty finder for reclears. For the most part.
Oh,
For Savage.
yeah, that makes way more sense.
Yes.
If you assume everyone has already cleared, then you should theoretically be able to run with anyone.
Hmm. And when of negatives, what are y'all's what is all of y'all's ice cream? Do you mean favorite ice cream? I don't know.
I currently don't have an ice cream, so...
Also, in case Talama's still here, Talama said, why is it I'm saying pizza places instead of, like, I could just list a random pizza place? The reason why I don't do that is because that would be extremely distracting.
I think pizza intermission is better than pizza places, but...
Pizza mission? But yeah, that's exactly it, is that I believe it's also common, a lot more commonplace in JP to have 3 wipes disband. Even for Prog.
I think we've already passed that.
Yes. Oh yeah, see, the reason why is yeah, sometimes I've also heard of one food disband. That's also true. The logic, CG, is that by making it so that you only give it a few tries and then you disband, then you can easily, like, bow out if the strategy doesn't work. Or, like, if there's someone who's clearly found lacking. And you could also see if everyone's doing it, and then it isn't like, oh, and then we disband, and then I have to sit and look for a group for 30 minutes again. Because if everyone's doing this weird, like, ballet or kind of dance out in Party Finder, you just wait for a different group to form. Because all the groups are going to go in, try it X amount of times, then they come out again. And then you join a different group with different people. And if you find one that is good, then maybe you'll just find the same guy. I feel like this is more than 2 seconds. Sips at 2 seconds. Also that Ridleyan. Exactly, it's basically like party fighter speed dating. It looks like Zip's back.
This is nothing personal, but I must have
Whoops.
your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs
I showed you my Prog, please respond. It's pretty good. Front.
Wickedly divine!
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Ranged in a donut.
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering Eva, but to what end?
1 and 2. One spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
No, that's bad.
The challenger went down hard.
I think that's just a
Anyways,
whack.
this is where the safe spot is. Ah, or not.
Nope. Why is it always pears? Can it be apples? It could be. But despair is so delicious. Pear sandwiched.
I think the problem is that you can snack in this game. You can snack on an apple, but not on a pear.
The despair thing is a reference. It's World of Warcraft. Despair.
Nothing personal,
So
but I
delicious.
must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Back.
wickedly divine!
Bagging out. Bagging out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle.
There is no limit to Electro's
Cardinals?
potential.
She's gathering Eva, but to what end?
1 and 2. One spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
massive cannon! Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap. Swap. pizza places.
I cannot die here! I have no choice but to surrender to electric.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
My body will hold.
Make your way to sea.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
In.
Oh my! The Challenger went down hard! She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Slide to the right.
Sense of abates. Sense of abates. In. Look for your partners. Pairs first. In.
That's interesting to know.
I don't know what that means.
A tank can privilege getting hit by one of the cannons or
Left will
but-
strike first, later.
My friends, return all to ash. Rolling my blade and devour my foes in cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
What? Left strikes first. I didn't make it. I can't do anything.
Back on their feet. What grit?
Who wants to die?
Give it to me.
But for how long?
It'll be right first later. It's gonna hurt.
And they're done. Is it over already?
Did I misunderstand?
There was 2 orange cannons on our side, and I was thinking.
Oh, in the end, I think I died to auto attacks.
Sure, I haven't got tank privilege there. I'm sad. Why can't I have that?
Yes, someone hit the back stack.
Give me tank privilege.
I tank privileged a lot in that pool.
What color was Shaq?
Sure it was yellow, but I may have misread it.
Wasn't the cannon I ran to yellow?
The 2 cannons that were yellow on the left side,
Right?
I think.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have a look at those things.
The back right cannon was blue.
Okay, I guess it changed to yellow.
When you say back right, where do you mean?
The one on 3.
The one where me and Graham died. Oh, I died.
Yeah, I was hit by the correct color and I was yellow. That's why I know.
Oh, Yannick, we have practiced the sunrise thing.
Yeah, I got hit by blue.
I had a blue debuff, right? Yeah, the thing that I'm trying to track down is whether Shaq misunderstood the mechanic. The reason why it switched over to yellow was because it got hit by 2 yellows, yes. I'm guessing based on what people are saying that Shaq had the yellow debuff.
Yep.
That means that yeah, so the reason why that's important to me is because based on the tactic that I've learned, I have to assume that it is impossible for both of the supports that need to bait cannons at that moment to have the same color.
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
I don't recall there being any rule of tanks go first when they look around. But yeah. Based on what we can figure out here, it sounds like what you had to do, Shaq, was that your target was the southeast blue cannon. Did Sage, did Shaq have a long debuff?
No, we're short.
It was short. Okay. Yeah, I get that, Shaq. The weird thing is that that's exactly the reason why the rule is that supports start at you basically start at northwest and then go counterclockwise around until you find one that works for you. And the only good news there is that by design there should be no chance that your cannon is northeast. Because if it was your cannon, then it was also DPS's cannon. The only possible case where your cannon is, you know, in the southeast quadrant is if both of the left side cannons are not correct. Yeah, I feel like we've been goofed like that before. With the first time we had a proper go at mustard bombs, both of the players that were safe were in the east. Here we have time for one more good pull, after which we'd have to go out, and then we have to decide whether we take a little bit more time. Like, go back in for just less than full time. Also, food check.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
Yeah, that is actually true, because the only possible scenario where you have to go east as a support is if both west sides are the wrong color. If you can aim your camera so you can see both cannons, then you instantly know whether you have to go east or not.
She's great wings!
Back.
Wickedly divine!
Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks in a donut. Tanks in a donut. Healers in a circle. Melees in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Cardinals.
She's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 2. Two pairs. 2 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
spread positions.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Left.
Mr. Cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap.
No,
Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
My body will hold.
Make your way to C.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Wasn't late on Divine Veil.
Oh.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul! Oh my!
In.
They're back on their feet! What grit?
Electrope provides me with the ether of my flesh!
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Ah.
Oh dear, the challenger's fallen out of the ring.
Center for baits. Center for baits. Out. Find your partners. Spreads first. Pairs. In.
Oh, nice.
It'll be right first later.
My friends, return all to ash. Rely my blade and drown my foes in cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
Right strikes first. It's a knockback. That's also a solution. Left will strike first later.
And they're done. Is it over already?
Center. In.
They're still in it, but for how long?
Oh, yeah. The Tetris is really early after that.
Fades a tangle B? Maybe. Well, that was a new... That was Prog, technically. We got further in the mechanic and 7.6%. So that's a plus, I guess. Although, that's not very much Prog. Whatever happens, we have to hop out for now. We still have time, so we could go in for a little bit longer. Cat says, I do not know where to stand during cannon baits. Did you try that website? That browser thing? Both me and Ariel clipped each other. You have to stand really close to the cannon.
You want to stand on the inner small circles. Like the same where DPS and tanks are during the first ion cannon. Those circles. If you have like circle or donut.
And another way is just kiss her feet. Just go all the way up to her one hoof that is hanging down.
Did you have deaths before last mechanic? I believe we did. Might just skip the second part of Sunrise if you get a clean run. Maybe.
Yeah, right now we had 7.6 and pre-Sunrise we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 deaths. And we were, in theory, 1 minute from Enrage.
Well, after Sunrise, there's one more tail thrust, right?
Yes.
Yep.
And then it's sword quivers.
Yes.
Right.
That, technically it was that tail thrust that wiped us.
What?
On the technicality, we died to tail thrust, not to Sunrise Sabbath. Had I positioned for the tail thrust, we would have seen sword quiver.
You have a team comp that could afford to spend a melee LB3 in phase transition. See, unfortunately, Jacob, we talked about this like 2 hours ago. And we concluded that that would require that we completely rearrange everything just to make that happen.
I'm not sure how much we would need to rearrange, but it would most definitely be a switch for the healers.
Yeah, we kind of already talked about that 2 hours ago. That was an option, but then we would have to like redo, like reprog in other ways.
Also,
we're not going a 2 full more hours. It's just that we have like 35 minutes.
Another thing is, even had we switched to melee APE, we would have seen Sunrise right now. Until we have no deaths prior, I don't think we can skip Sunrise.
And that's also what I think would be more important, is can we consistently actually get to that point? Then let's see about it. I guess one last food check, give or take. If you have LB2 before Sunrise, use it as a melee LB. That's probably an idea. We didn't have LB3 at that point, Jacob. Oh, after sunrise. Means as once you clear M4S, will you just do reclears every week till everyone has to mount? I mean, probably. And then, like, if we clear quickly each week, then we'll probably do something else. Who knows? Maybe we'll do turbo extreme mount farms or something.
In theory, next week would be the last time we need to clear M1S.
Probably. We've also talked about doing ultimates.
Have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A wickedly divine!
Back. Backing out. Backing out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Range in a donut. Melees in a circle.
And they're down!
Right?
Is it over already? They're still in it! But for how long?
There is no limit
Cardinals?
to Electrope's potential.
He's gathering ether, but to what end?
1 and 3. One spreads. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn!
Oh, look at that
Left.
laser cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
swap. Pizza places?
I cannot die here! I have no choice but to surrender to Electro.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
My body will hold.
Get to see.
It must.
Now our battle truly begins.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
Stay out. Stay out.
Electro converts me with the ether of my flesh!
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Bait in the middle. Center. Center. Find your partners. Spread first. Out. Out. Left strikes first later.
My friends return all to ash. Blowing my blade until all my falls in cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
Left strikes first. Right will strike first later.
Oh,
Out! Out! Uh-oh.
Oh my! The challenger went down hard.
Right first.
Yeah. Left.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
oi, oi, oi.
Blade and carve my enemy's flesh.
We saw the sword quiver cast. Oi.
That does do a lot of damage. Well, that's another prog. Ah, man. You know what, Ben? That's what I should have done. Well, we still have time for another go.
Oh, interesting.
What?
A sword quiver seems to be a stack. An arena-wide stack marker.
Huh. I have a question. Who was it that was missing in the west for the second pillars?
Me, I arrived just at the last second.
Oh. But didn't you cause a cannon to shoot at us?
No, that was it.
Oh.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
His great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Bagging out. Bagging out. Support speed. Support speed in. Wipe. Just wipe. Just let's get an actually good try if we're going to do this. We don't have time for that. I think that's too soon. A heater? I mean, last time you said 2 seconds, it was like 5 minutes, so I hope it's actually 2 seconds. Go then. You see, the funny thing is, CG, is that if we actually got a completely no-nonsense, all clean run all the way up to sunrise, there's a possibility we won't see all of sunrise. There's a possibility.
On our now best run, we had 2 deaths before sunrise.
Hmm?
And someone mentioned that we had an LB3 when we wiped. So...
Yeah, that comes after sunrise.
yeah.
Hey, FFXIV. I hope you had a good day, at least.
That seems counterproductive, Zip.
Yeah, a heater with an open window.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Back.
wickedly divine!
Back. Support baits. Support bait out.
Oh fuck, that's controller disconnect.
What? Okay, wipe. Milo's not able to play. Wow.
Apparently I missed a notification about battery almost being dead.
Can you fix that?
Oh yeah, I have it in the charger now, so it should be fine. It just turned off at a really awkward time.
Yes. In the middle of a boss fight.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! Oh,
Front.
wickedly divine!
Front and out. Front and out. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Healers in a circle. Healers in a circle. Tanks in a donut. Ranged in a circle. Melees in a donut.
There is no limit
Cardinals.
to Electrope's potential.
She's gathering Eva, but to what end?
3 and 4. Four pairs. 4 pairs. Clock spots.
How's this?
Pairs.
Take this! Electrope has many uses. Watch and learn.
Oh, look at that
Right.
cannon. Her skills are as sharp as ever.
I'll erase you.
Swap.
No,
Pizza places.
I cannot die here. I have no choice but to surrender to Electrope.
Wicked Thunder is discharging vast amounts of ether!
One more.
I will not fail.
Egad! Something is growing from her body!
One more.
My body will hold.
To see.
It must.
Dang it.
Now our battle truly begins.
She's taken Electrope into her body and unleashed a new fellow soul!
In.
Electrope provides me with the ether of my flesh.
She's using Electrope to convert her body's ether!
Middle for baits. Middle for baits. Center. Find your partners. Pairs first. Uh-oh, I goofed it.
Oh my!
In.
In.
Challenger went down hard. They're still in it! But for how long?
Left strikes first later.
My flames return all to ash. Ruin my blade and devour my foes in cuts. You cannot outrun lightning.
And they're done! Is it over already?
Left strikes first.
They're back on their feet! What grit?
Right first. Later. In. Uh-oh.
Ouch.
Right first.
Dance, my blade, and carve my enemy's flesh.
Now tank LB. Both cones were wired charges from the middle, or were they dual stacks?
Dual stacks.
Okay.
Was I looking at the wrong cannon?
It was both the fucked up thing where it was both blue on left side, both yellow on right side.
Yeah, the southeastern cannon.
But Milo, we were 3 competing for the left cannons. That means someone was incorrect. It should have been north. That's fair. That's true. I should have been north. But wasn't Shaq north?
No, it was in the south with Hammer in the tower.
Oh.
We got grilled by the southeastern cannon.
Do we give it one more shot, or do we call it here? I'll do a ready check.
Yeah. One.
Food check, just to be sure.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's great wings! Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine!
Back. DPS baits. DPS baits out. Tanks in a circle. Tanks in a circle. Healers in a donut. Melees in a circle. Should we wipe here to get a good try? Yes? Okay.
Oh dear, the challenger has fallen out of the ring.
Also, I just want to say the reason I'm like, was I wrong, isn't like me going, is it me? Am I wrong? No, I'm clearly perfect. It's more, I'm actually legitimately like, every time I see that my spot is taken, I'm like, it's probably me then. So I ask. Even though it might sound like I'm like, was it me?
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring!
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's grown wings. Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine.
Front. Support spade. Support spade out. Healers in a donut. Healers in a donut. Tanks in a circle. Range in a donut. Melees in a circle. And down again. Let's just hop again. Don't worry, I'm not just going to let us keep going until we get a proper pull. We're going to give it a... like, we're just going to try a little bit.
This is nothing personal, but I must have your soul.
Wicked Thunder has returned to the ring.
If one needs wings, one needs simply make them.
She's grown wings. Ha! A
Front.
wickedly divine.
Bagging out. Bagging out. DPS bait out.
And they're done.
Maybe we should just say that that was that? Or do we keep trying? I say it, like...
I don't even know what the baits are
Thank you for the answer, Naomi.
Oh dear, the challengers.
Maybe we should just say it's good. That was like 5 hours. Should we say that was that? Just to clarify for anyone who came into the stream in the middle, you can see that the stream is 6 hours. And 5 of those was this. So, yeah.
Well, I do hope that for most of these 5 hours we were playing better than that. And not wiping to the second mechanic.
Do 7 hours. Nah.
No.
I have to get up at 6 AM, so no.
Also that.
I still have something to do today, so no.
And yeah, exactly, Z. That was also what we spent a huge amount of time on. Was just goofing around with, yeah, for example, EE2 and the iron clusters in phase 1. And then also a witch hunt. Maybe we'll get it next time. Maybe.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Yeah, I'd also hoped green, but that's okay. That is okay. New content day on Tuesday, that's correct. But we had the, as I said before, we had the same thing with Brood Bomber, where we got him down to 1%.
And also with Honeybee.
Yeah,
So
true.
It's a theme.
Yeah.
And didn't we have a 0.1% wipe on Black Cat? At some
think
point?
so? Something like that, but I do believe we got her down in that same session. But specifically with Honeybee and Brood Bomber, we had cases where like we were this close, but like it was like we were burned out. We couldn't make that magic happen again. And going, we were almost there doesn't help when you don't get there again if you're not playing just as well as that other attempt. Yeah, just to clarify, we spent 1 hour on Reclear, actually less than an hour on Reclears, but spent about an hour on Reclears of 1 to 3, and then 5 hours of Wicked Thunder. But what was our record this time? We got past... Well, we kind of got past Sunrise Sabbath once.
Sunrise Sabbath, 5.5%.
Which is like 3% closer than last time.
But also, like, we had 2 almost really good Sunrise.
One thing that might be an idea is we still have that website with the Sunrise practice. If there's anyone that hasn't sat down with that, like just for clarification, like an hour before this stream, I went in, like I had gone in previously, but went in, and I did it like 4 or 5 times, but the key is that I did it in, you know, under 10 seconds, so that I wouldn't, like, technically need to process the information in longer than the timer, when the only thing there is all the information is there in the toolkit. And just doing that might, like, prepare you better. Not saying that it's a requirement, but that could be a way to be better prepared next time. I do believe that that tool we have also goes in the same way as, like, with the same strategy that we did. So if it says that you did the right thing, then you did the right thing.
You just gotta remember to toggle your role.
Yes.
Because I was wondering, why am I doing it? Why is it saying I'm doing it wrong? Oh wait, it's on tank. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a tool made by on the website cupnoodle.moe. It was made by Cupnoodle. That one. I mean, it doesn't have like a real timer. It just gives you all the time you need. But if you actually go at it and go, okay, well, I have to do it like quickly, then you should be able to like practice it to a point where it can apply to the actual thing. There's also the funny thing that I think that was on our best attempt, that I goofed up the spread positions for midnight. So I just stood in the cannon fire. I don't know if that helped because I saw like 2 or 3 deaths anyway, but somehow I survived.
Yeah, you
I
can
think
tank
that
privilege
makes,
that.
you miss me with the spread, so if you would have gotten closer, I probably would have died. Which means I wouldn't have been the last one standing there.
Hey Harry, hope you're doing well. Oh, I see. We just wrapped up progging for tonight. Didn't make it. Almost. Mental roulette is fun. Is it? Sometimes it is. Other times it's not.
Ah, yes. It's fun until it isn't.
I'm glad to hear that, Faith. Didn't get an extreme yet. Oh, well, see, the thing is, from my perspective, the times when mental roulette is not fun is when you get back-to-back guild tests, and when you get an extreme where there are clearly players there that shouldn't be there. And what I mean by that is not, oh, you shouldn't be queuing for extremes. I'm actually, what I mean is, like, I'm just saying that I've had to teach someone on an extreme what a stack marker is. Like, if you're doing a level 60 extreme and you don't know what a stack marker is,
If you're doing a level 60 extreme, you would have needed to have cleared a few duties that have stack markers.
exactly. Hopefully the stack marker confusion will be fixed next patch. Who knows? See, the thing is, the thing that I want to highlight there, Faith, is that while there would be a tutorial to teach you what a stack marker is, a player that has passed like 3 or 4 duties that have stack markers, at least, and still don't get it, I don't know if they'd feel inclined to do the tutorial. Like, it's not even about job skippers. It's like, I think I explained that in my in a recent video, that you see a mechanic happen, you get it completely wrong, but somehow you succeeded anyway. So whatever, right? failing the mechanic is the best way to learn. Yes, absolutely, Faith. What I mean is, you see the mechanic, you fail the mechanic, boss dies. Maybe I'll learn it next time. The best way to learn the mechanics is wiping. Because if you wipe, then there is an avenue to talk about that immediately. And especially if the mechanic that you didn't understand is what wiped you, then, well, there's probably going to be someone either going, do you need me to explain that mechanic to you? Or someone else going, what do we do about that? But if you don't wipe, often they'll just go like, okay, well, I guess it wasn't that bad. I just goofed it up somehow, I guess. There's also the possibility that with the stack marker that they run away with it, they explode because they take too much damage, and they go, oh, it was good that I ran away with it, because if it had done that much damage to everyone, we would have wiped. Like, what? Where does it say that it's shared? Like, if it said, like, if it, like, showed 4 separate damage in, like, indications that, oh, because you didn't spread, or it didn't get stacked, you took 4 hits. But, like, if you get the mechanic right, it's pretty obvious. If you get it wrong, then it might not be obvious. Like, a particular one that I was thinking of was P11N. The sigils. If you stand on the correct color, nothing happens. If you stand on the wrong color, if you don't stand in any color, you get repeatedly smacked for damage. And you will probably die really quickly. If you stand in the wrong color and not in a color, get hit, and then you get into the right color, then you stop getting hit. But that mechanic finishes with the boss casting a spell that hurts you based on how much you failed that mechanic, which means that you might go, oh, okay, I figured it out, guys, I got it right, I survived, and then they just die afterwards. So now they're like, what's the mechanic then? I nailed it, right? Like, I got hit initially and then it stopped, so I got it right? Well, I'm dead now, so I don't know. They could use solo instances to reinforce mechanics. Absolutely. The final cast one-shots everyone out of their color. I'm pretty sure it punishes you depending on how many times you got hit. The key is that usually you're dead if you didn't get it. Like, it's pretty rare that you're in a situation where, like, you get hit a few times and then you get it right. Exactly, Jacob. Like, who's to say you'll remember how you dealt with it? There's also the part that there is a real possibility that a player has seen like 8 stack markers in their time. But in casual content, you don't need everyone in the stack marker for it to succeed. Some players is good enough. So it's possible that that Sprout just never participated. Like, that's perfectly possible. But you're having... I would say if they had sprinkled in some solo duties throughout the MSQ that specifically tested you on various mechanics, that wouldn't be a bad idea, I would say. The problem is, of course, that to make such a mechanic that actually tests you on those things, the mechanic has to be challenging enough that you can't ignore it. But if the mechanic is challenging enough that you can't ignore it, it can be a bit of a wall. Although I guess Return already kind of fulfills that. But if you could go into it on like easy mode, or very easy, and then ignore it, then like ultimately you'll just get to the point where like, yeah, I didn't understand that. And then like veteran players will be like, look man, there is that solo duty, surely you learned that mechanic there. And like, no, I wiped multiple times, then I put it on easy mode and pushed onward. I never learned what it did. That's perfectly possible. Solo duties that test you on various mechanics, you mean Hall of the Novice? Nope, I don't, CG, because you know what the problem is with Hall of the Novice? It's optional. So even if there is a tutorial, players might just not have done it. The only saving grace here is that apparently this Hall of the Novice gives a ring that is good up to level 60. Isn't it level 30? Nope, we're talking about the new addition to the tutorial in here. They're adding another part to the Hall of the Novice that tests boss mechanics. Like stack markers and spread markers. And completing that one gives you a ring that is good up to level 60. No, it's not going to test Light Rampant, but could you imagine?
It would be interesting if they would make it so that you can only queue for Extreme or Savage or Ultimate after you have done those tutorials.
That would be pretty funny, especially considering that those tutorials would be like, in some capacity, pretty basic for what you could see in a modern Savage. I do actually remember there was a period, I think, that they went away from it, but there was a period in World of Warcraft where there was this, like, practice room where you had to complete it with, I think, at least a silver rating or something like that to unlock, like, queuing for max level content. And what I remember from that is that it was basically a speed run of content creators to make a guide to do them quickly and easily. Like, how can you cheese it so you don't have to do the thing, and how can you do it quicker? And that's the weird thing, is if you make a tutorial mandatory, then people will no longer see it as a learning opportunity, they'll instead see it as a challenge to be overcome. Jacob says that there's something morbidly funny about making a guide how to pass a tutorial as quick as possible. Yes.
People have the energy to watch a tutorial, but not to watch a guide, but not the tutorial.
Oh, I think the logic was that you could fail the tutorial. You could spend that time trying to beat it, and then not beat it. Way better to just find the cheese and get it right the first time. Yeah, the big problem is that you both really want the players to do the tutorials, or at least understand what is taught in the tutorials. But if you force them, then there is a very real possibility that the players will not learn anything, but just fight to overcome this challenge that is the tutorial. Like, a particular example that we've talked about previously was that they should make a tutorial, hypothetically, on how to keep your GCD spinning. Like, just always, like, ABC, keep, like, always be casting. And some among you, I believe Bondi might have said that, said that it should be, like, 1 or 2 minutes where you like that you keep it rolling. I said something closer to like 20 seconds, maybe 30 seconds even. The problem is, if you make it really, really long, then it's also really tedious. And it might kind of miss the point. If you make it short, there's a higher probability that the person can guess their way to do it.
We had such tutorials since Heaven's Sword, it's called Stone Sky Sea.
Well, we still have those.
Yeah, so I'm not quite sure how that would differ, besides Stone Sky Sea having slightly higher requirements for you to succeed.
Oh, the trick is, if you made an ABC tutorial, you would just go... Like, see, the thing is, there is a combo tutorial for tanks. Only tanks. Because, like, there's tank, DPS, and healer. The whole of the novice. And some DPS don't have combos. So, only tanks got the combo tutorial. And that tutorial says something like, you have to do 1-2 combo. You have to do the 1-2 combo like 5 times, I think. And if you goof it up 5 times, like if you just press the step 2 5 times, or you repeatedly just mash 1, something to that effect, they'll say, no, that's wrong, and just put you back at the start. And you have to start over. They do that in the English version too, Ben. They do that in the English version too. But I'll get back to that in a second. The key is, if you made a tutorial on ABC, it could straight up be like, you have to keep the GCD spinning for 30 seconds, and if you stop the then like if it sits there for like 5 or 6 seconds combined, then they start you back at the start, like reset you back. I actually made a video on it, Ben. The thing that is the problem with that healer tutorial is when the fight starts, they'll say like, oh, you have to heal the tank, and then once the tank is at full HP, it almost instantly goes, oh, by the way, you could cast stone when it is safe to do so. It does say that. The problem is that you don't have to do that. The tank will eventually beat the one enemy. The key is that one enemy does use potions on the regs, so it'll take a ridiculously long time. But you can beat that tutorial without doing what the NPC is saying. It's the same thing with tanks. Their hold AoE enmity tutorial, the NPC goes, oh, by the way, you should use your tank stance. And you should use your AoE attack to get enmity. You don't have to do that. You don't even have to use your step 2 combo. You don't even need to have your tank stance on. I beat that tutorial with just heavy swing. Just heavy swing. You don't need anything else. That's the problem with the tutorials, is that they say what you should do. They don't actually test you on a lot of the things. The combo tutorial does actually test whether you got it, which makes that one like an S-ranked tutorial relative to most of the Hall of the Novice. And most of the Hall of the Novice is like C tier at best. At best. Bingo. Nice one, cat. Yeah, exactly, Tinkle. A lot of healers that never cast attacks, and they're Cure 1 fishing. See, those two things actually make good sense. They make good sense. Because if the player is using Cure 1 to fish for free Cure 2s, they think that MP is valuable. And if MP is valuable, they use MP for healing. So why should they waste MP on attacking? That would be a terrible idea. And it kind of makes sense. Especially, I think I actually have made videos on this before, and I've talked about this before, but in other MMOs, for instance, older versions of World of Warcraft, it used to be a thing that healers would be raged upon quite heavily if they did anything other than healing. If someone died and the healer was attacking, then it was the healer's fault. It doesn't even matter whether the healer was attacking at that time. You were attacking, so clearly you were too busy doing something else. And part of it kind of made sense. Because in World of Warcraft, if you cast something, actually finish casting a spell, at least this used to be a thing, like many years ago, it would completely halt the vast majority of your MP recovery for 5 seconds. Which meant just casting one... Imagine if casting stone meant that you missed out on 2 MP ticks. Like, just straight up, not only does stone cost what it costs, but you also lose out on 2 MP ticks worth of MP. And each time you cast stone, it basically just prolongs that by 1 additional tick. So healers that attacked and then later down the line in the fight were missing MP, probably were missing it because they attacked earlier. But the problem is that some like healers that were good at managing their MP would also get blamed for instance, attacking even if it had nothing to do with them. Someone died to a one-shot. Well, the healer was attacking, so clearly it's the healer's fault. Like, that kind of toxicity is... Like, that specific kind is rare nowadays. Mainly because nowadays we realize that healers can attack a bit. That's fine. You know, just keep some for the rest. And also they're cases where like the MP is a lot less of a problem now, even in World of Warcraft. It's not completely trivial, I believe, but it's less of a problem. And also that, back in the day, healers had a tendency to basically do no damage, so no point. And that is actually the next leg to that problem. You'll sometimes see them in comment sections of my videos on the subject of healers. They'll say that healers, there's no point in attacking as a healer because it basically does no damage. But the only way for that to actually add up is if that player has never actually looked at their damage relative to other players. Or alternatively, they never look at their damage. Or alternatively, they've never played anything else other than healer. So, like, they see this and go, well, 21k must be very little then. Because healers usually do garbage damage in gaming, right? And then, like, if they just picked up a DPS for 5 minutes, they would go, oh, okay, now I see it. But that is a common thing that overlaps, is they think MP is extremely valuable. They think damage is pointless because they do garbage damage anyway. So it's often like a case of lack of knowledge. Which is also the reason why my healer guides tend to start somewhere with explaining that attacking is important. And that MP isn't. Flauta's Misery deals more damage than Primal Rend. I'm pretty sure, with the addition of Pictomancer, I'm pretty sure that White Mage now ranks 3rd on the highest possible single strike in regular content. Mainly because Pictomancer, because Ninja has Kunai's Bane, which gives Ninja slightly more personal damage, Hyoshiranryu is still ahead by like a hair, but Pictomancer's absolutely second place. Like, it's not close. It's like Ninja, Pictomancer right underneath it, right on its heels, and then White Mage is slightly further down. And then, like, there's more jobs. There's also that Pictomancer gets 2 of them, but, I mean...
Also, Pictomancer has Maim and Mend, what I tend to forget.
Oh, that doesn't... That doesn't matter
Yeah.
when comparing it to Ninja, because Ninja uses Caetsu, which gives this effectively the same bonus.
But I tend to think that Star Prism doesn't actually deal that much.
Oh.
And in contrast to Caetsu, which I tend to not forget for Hyoshiranryu, I tend to forget Maim and Mend for casters or enhanced action damage for ranged, because those traits should not exist.
Yeah. Yannick says, what is the actual biggest numbers? I don't know. The only, like, I have a video where I went over the biggest possible attack, like single hit, that you could math out, back in Endwalker. But obviously things have changed, and also, for anyone wondering, first place is of course Blue Mage. I don't think it's still Blue Mage, because of the level 100 advantage. But Blue Mage, mainly because like Blue Mage was a significant step ahead of Ninja. But I don't think 10 levels, an additional 10 levels of disadvantage is going to keep it there. Phantom Rush. Let's check the potency. So the way that we do this is that you can take the potency of an attack, then you multiply that potency by any damage bonuses you might have, for example, Riddle of Fire. And if you once you have the final potency number from the various damage bonuses you might have, you can then see, well, how much is 100 potency worth? Like, how much damage would a 100 potency attack do, for instance? And that would tell you how much, like, that you could use to convert. Like, let's say that with all the various damage bonuses Phantom Rush can benefit from, including Riddle of Fire and Brotherhood and other raid buffs, maybe Phantom Rush reaches, I don't know, 2,300 potency. Just for an example. Then, if you know how much damage 100 potency is, you just multiply that by 23. Now you know how much Phantom Rush could theoretically do. So you don't even need to go and actually test it, as long as you know what 100 potency is. The problem is, and the way that I went about it, is I didn't go and test how much, like, I didn't go and calculate how much damage every attack did. I calculated the highest possible potencies that each job could do on their own, because once you know which one can do the most on their own, you can then add 7 other players as raid buffers and see how much they can add to the equation. And then you can add, like, what gear would they have? And how much damage would 100 potency do with that gear? On average. Or even not on average. You could just go, but it is going to be a critical directed, obviously. And just remove that possibility. And Phantom Rush has gotten some buffs, but Monk also lost Twin Snakes as a damage buff. So, like, that pulls it down a peg. And Phantom Rush plus 15% plus 5% doesn't beat Hyoshiranryu, which is 1300 plus 30% plus 10%, potentially plus 5%, or also plus 5%. Which is why I'm reasonably confident that Ninja still wins. Because it has slightly more damage, like slightly higher potency potential than Pictomancer on Hyoshiranryu specifically. And, like, we're not talking about a lot. We're literally talking about they both have a 30% bonus, they both have a 5% bonus that is a raid buff, so they could technically help each other there. But Ninja has a 10% bonus on top, and 1,300 times 1.1 is 1,430, which is more than 1,400, which is what Pictomancer is working with. And that's the problem. At a technical step hit for 234,000 in Savage. That is pretty impressive. How much damage does technical do now? 1,300. They have a 20% bonus and a 5% bonus. I'm pretty sure that Hyosho would still win out. It's pretty close. And yeah, the fact that technical finish got like a 100 potency bonus might actually make it rank even closer. Perfectio? How much potency is that? Yeah, the problem there is simply that Reaper does not have like a built-in damage bonus. So it's like, aside from Death Design, it's Perfectio with 10%. So that is slightly behind because Arcane Circle is 3%. So it's pretty good, but it's missing like that sweet 30% bonus. Anyway, that is an interesting conversation. Technical step doesn't count its buff for itself, does it? I've heard people say that depending on how close you are to your target, it might add the buff to yourself before the attack lands, but I'm pretty sure that that doesn't matter. And even if it did, it would still be 20% from the passive and 5% bonuses in standard and technical, which would be just enough to beat, you know, Maim and Mend and Caetsu. But Ninja has a 10% bonus on top and a 5% bonus on top. Like, Dancer needs to use everything it has, stock, like collect all of its buffs, and now it has reached the starting line. Yeah, that is an interesting conversation, and I might revisit that subject, although it is more interesting the later in the expansion we go. But with that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream and like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat there. There you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is happening on the channel in the coming days. I usually update it Sunday or Monday. You will also find the announcement room with links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you will get a notification whenever I post a video or a stream, as well as an extra notification about 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or you can also use the Ko-Fi link in the description. It all helps support me and the channel directly, so that we can focus on doing things like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. And I think that'll be that for tonight. Getting late. But thank you all so much for watching, and good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. And I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.